Hello. Hello, everybody. Talk about a stream that I always get excited for. I love Flash Commission Friday, even when it's not on Friday. How's it going? Song to fall asleep on a train to? I don't actually know most of the songs in this playlist, but it's the Study with Miku Part 4. I swear they need to make another one of these. Tomo Bird, the millet bribe didn't work? More millet bribe. More millet bribe for the Tomo Bird. Right? Come on. I still haven't scheduled a vet appointment. It's fine. I'll figure it out eventually. Maybe I'll do that tomorrow. You think a vet's open on Sundays? Oh well, that's fine. Let's say hi to everybody. Isaac came here and grabbed the first redeem. Little bird, you don't want millet? You don't want millet, Tomo? Isaac came in and grabbed the first redeem and ordered a hydrate and stretch off the menu. So let's do that. Did a little sippy. Have a little stretch. And then Damsel came in. What? Tomo the bird, pretty please. Maybe if I put the millets in here, you'll have them? What about there? What if I add little seeds? Do they have them then? Ah, this bird. Come on. They're down there, silly bird. Ah, this bird. You see? What? He's not even taking millet bribe anymore. What if I put that there? Is that good? Okay, Damsel came in and donated to grab one of the commissions. Hello, my wife. Happy Saturday. Let me know what you would like. Hi, Stop. Welcome in. I assume one of your lovely princesses. Is your request? Lady Ace is on a 7-stream streak. Thank you for being here so much, Lady Ace. Jawazaki is here. Hi, Jow. Little cheek puff for ya. And they're on a 15-stream streak. Wow. So many stream. Vets are usually closed on Sundays. Getting the OC ready. I'm gonna go ahead and put it on my to-do list for Monday to call the vet. There's so many things that I decide to do while I'm streaming, and then I forget about them while I'm not streaming. This is what to-do lists are good for. Call the vet. Make an appetite. A little shorthand for you. How's it going, guys? Happy whatchamacallit? Happy Saturday. It's the weekend. I hope everybody's been having a nice weekend so far. I'm in a nice mood. I'm in a pretty nice mood. Maybe the meds are kicking in already. Maybe that's what's happening. Why I'm feeling so nice right now. But today, of course, we've got... I didn't pull it up. I knew I was forgetting something. I have to pull my actual iPad stream up. We've got Flash Commission Friday, where we've got Flash Commissions. They are $15 or $12.50 if you're a Fey Noble for a 20-minute-ish colored sketch. Here's some examples of ones that we did before. This one was pretty clean, but most of them are messier. It's Coco. Is Tantalus's character. Damsel's character doing a pretty little curtsy. Sick little screaming goose from Ethereal. General Techno's character. Yay! And then we messed around with a bunch of doodles. Oh right, the brine shrimps, the baby brine shrimps. I forgot that. I do love my brine shrimps so very much. Anyway, we've got a brand new canvas with brand new slots, and I'm ready to get into it. As soon as Damsel gets me this link, I'm gonna send her a funny gif. Oh, there it is! I know her name. I know her. I know this character. Buttercup. I don't remember it. What a pretty character! So this will be our first subject. Our very first subject for today. I also love Damsel's art. She makes incredible princesses and fine ladies. The outfit from the first picture with the pendant and earring colors from the second picture. Okay, gotcha. So this outfit with the pendant and earrings from here. I can do that. I can do that for sure. Yay! We love Damsel art. Let me pull down my timer. Set this for 20 minutes. Huh? There we go. Theodosia! I remember now. She's so cute! We love Theodosia. We love Damsel's characters in general. How pretty! So very pretty! Okay, so I kind of want to grab... The outline color I want is gonna be like a... warmer than that. Like a deep raspberry. Yeah! Okay. This layer is for the slots. I should fix the welcome board. Theodosia Honey Booty, Buzzbot probably. True! I know some of your characters' names, Damsel. I know the one from last week was, or last time we did Flash Commissions was Briar Bell, right? Theodosia. Where is it? There you are. Lots left. 4 out of 5. Wow, I'm so glad we get to Bell Briar. Wow! So close, so very close. Briar Bell. Bell Briar. Wow. Damsel. Okay. Yeah, because Damsel was quick on the draw with claiming her slot, we get to hop right into it. Yeah, I don't see any reason to hesitate anymore. Let's go. Timer, go. Timer, go. But yeah, feel free to tell me, do any of you have weekend plans? Do I have weekend plans? Other than D&D, not really. And I'm kind of grateful for that, because, it's been a busy couple of weeks for me. But holidays tend to be like that. I'm just happy to be taking it easy. Let that actually be on her earlobe. There we go. Oh, she's so cute. Well, we're a couple minutes in. D&D tonight? Oh, hi, it's General Techno. I don't know why I gave you your full name there. Hi, Techno. D&D tonight. Artshare stream tomorrow. That sounds so fun. Running a disc backup. Hi, Presmob. I need to be less precious with this if I'm going to get it done in 20 minutes. Although I do want to fix the chin a little bit. The face is the most important part. It's okay to spend the most time on that. At least for me. Okay, let's do like a quarter turn sort of situation. I feel like, compared to the last time I drew Damsel's characters, I'm doing a big head here. But that's okay. I think she's perfect. I think you're perfect. I was here already, but hi. Hi! Dozy Plays, welcome in. I didn't see you come in. Wow. Oh, there you are. Hi! Nice to see you. Make her a little... Yeah, shorten her torso a little bit. I think that's something I tend to do sometimes, is make the torso way too big. Oh, the arms are way too long. I didn't warm up. This is the first time I'm drawing all year, I guess. Wow, Damsel gets the honor of her character being the first thing I draw all year. I will take the honor. You can't sleep, Prithvi. What's after 3 a.m. right now, huh? You should go to bed. What the heck? Hi, Prithvi. Hi, Chara. Okay, now I can start thinking about her clothes. Oh, hello! Hi, Chi-Chi! Hi, Hairbrained! Where's Hair? There you are! Hi, Hair! Oh, you're in Scotland? Wow, Chara. Tell it to my midnight zoomies. Go do jumping jacks. Why don't you want to have fun at Scotland? And you want the pendant. Pendant from the second image. I'd rather DM you that? What do you mean? What a pretty pendant. How are you guys doing today? Hi, Tomo. Tomo says there are trips to be had. It's not that good of a thing? Oh, I see. Chirp, chirp. Here, let me pause the timer real quick. Have I had that down the whole time? Come here. Have you been eating your actual food, Tomo? I don't know if he's been eating his actual food. Did I get a flash commission last time you offered them? Yeah, you got a Midori in like a snow-themed outfit. Hello, Idemone. Idemone. Hi, Mod. Yeah, it was like the snow princess sort of Midori outfit. Okay. I've distracted the bird again. I can get back to it. Need to find that art then? I'm realizing it's not in my commission folder. If you scroll up in my art sharing channel, you should be able to find it. Archer's not here right now, so I can say this. I don't know, he lurks in my chat even when he's streaming sometimes. In his New Year's art share said, are people using my post-stream art share to post cheesecake propaganda? Ah, you guys are so sweet. You're so sweet. Anemone? Anemone? That needs a slide. Yay! What's the little birdie's name? What kind of bird are they? He's a cockatiel. His name is Tomo. He's a wild color cockatiel. He pretty much looks like this. If he's lurking now, well, heck, Sherlock. I sent you the reason? Okay, let me see. What? Oh, I see. Well, I hope all that goes smooth, Chara. Art Womble! Hey, I know you! Thank you for following! I've lurked in your streams a couple times before. But it's always been like during a time when I like I don't have energy for socialization. But hello! It's the Womble! I womble, you womble, he, she, we, womble. Womble is insane. Whoa. In good company, I suppose. Birdist Cheese saying they all look the same to me. It's first grade, SpongeBob. You wear your socks on your hands, that's crazy. Are they sock puppets? Because I like sock puppets. But it's lovely to meet you here, Womble. I hope I host nicely. Cutely throws follow, yeah. Let me throw you a shout out. You're the one that's got, like, the little character. Huh? Am I not following? Oh my god. No, I swear I was following. Something must have happened. Anyway, they've got that cute stream that's like, oh, the one with the insane Garlic. Gotcha. But like the cute overlay where they like walk in. Splim. Yeah, isn't that sweet? Isn't that so cute?
Prefer green or black?
What? I could have sworn I muted that, but yeah. Super cool. One of them is your friend, the other is a complete jerk. Also the voice. I was lurking on mute when I was lurking. But yeah, go follow. Oh, Wumble's voice is good? Wait. I already shouted them out. Shouted him out. Best way to watch me, honestly. Yeah, I've been following you on Blue Sky for a long time, I know that. But we're doing Flash Commission Friday today. Even though it's Saturday. Flash Commission for Saturday. Whoa, the timer's not going. Beep. There it goes. This is Damsel Heart's cute character Theodosia Honeysuckle. I wanted it to seem like it was going backwards, but I don't know if that's coming across. We'll abandon the backwards idea. Flatter days every day. There we go. That should be good, especially once we color it in. The overlapping parts shouldn't be an issue. Oh, gremlin mode. So gremlin. Who remembers Theodosia from Objective Friday? Chi-Chi's Objective Friday, I sure do. You've drawn Cheesecake 4 times by now? You could draw Clover. Or you could draw Chi-Chi. Oh, redrawing pixels again! Your pixel art's gotten better. Yeah, it sure has. Your pixel art's going crazy, Prith. You could draw your Fairy OC again. Maybe decide on some colors. Yeah, Prince's pixel art is great. Chi-Chi's hair scares me. Just draw a cloud. And then just do it. Boom, boom, boom. Simple as that. You got a Chi-Chi. And then we got a little corset situation. Whoa, when did Chi-Chi get here? Chi-Chi's been here for a sec. In fact, my easy greeter says 11 minutes. Hey! Oh, on the screen. A tracker? Yeah, I keep meaning to show you this, Chi-Chi, but there's a extension, or yeah, like a plugin, a browser OBS plugin you can get called Easy Greeter. That shows you when each person who's here first showed up in chat. So it's like, if somebody shows up without saying hi, I can say hi to them because I've realized that they didn't just show up, you know what I mean? There's one shame about big, pretty, poofy dresses, and it's that sometimes leg poses can go feel underappreciated. I noticed that with your sketches, damsel. Yeah, it's just called Easy Greeter. I'm sure you could look up Easy Greeter OBS plugin. Smilky was actually the one who showed me it. I said, Smilky, how do you keep track of everybody who comes in, since your chat goes so fast sometimes? And he was like, I usually don't have trouble with it, but it really helps to have this plug-in here. My stalking days are over! It doesn't call somebody out for lurking. Only says when they've sent a chat message. Unfortunately, it doesn't do redeems. I have no clue how Smilky does it. Oh, he's so cool though. He's so cool. They're a good way to cover the legs, not show others what monstrosity I made. Oh, I'm sure they're just fine. Oh, Techno! Yay, yay, yay! Okay, let me pause this real quick. We can add in Techno's slot. Yay! Thank you, Techno. I look forward to doing yours next. And then I can, let me update the whatchamacallit. The welcome board. Say 3 out of 5 slots left. And then I can find this plugin for you guys. Easy Greeter OBS plugin. There it is. Right here. By this guy, Proler.
I used to have this problem.
I used to have this problem.
I know I'm not the only. So naturally, I greet them.
There it is. It looks like that. Excuse me. Help, I'm stuck in a promo. But yeah, basically, like, it shows up like this. I don't know who this person is though. They seem neat. Where's your stream? A lesson. A city lesson. There's no Twitch link on this. There's no Twitch link. That's okay. But yeah, it's right there. And it's free. Free, but you can donate. I always thought to have you draw her in a more form-fitting dress, but this is the outfit that NTN drew of her. I'm still very obsessed with that art. Dude, yes, I'm obsessed with every art that NTN ever makes, honestly. Bad UI? Huh? How so? I'm still with my parents right now. I'll be here until I move out. Yeah, it was only this year that I moved out from living with my mom. You know, I liked living with her, so. The best thing is when artists draw a character in a new outfit design so good you get obsessed with it. Yes! Literally. Truly, truly. Oh, I see Techno's request. Midori nodded off on a couch immediately post-stream, so probably half out of her streaming getup, like she got up halfway and passed out. Wig off, but wig cap might still be half on. Full on crashing out mode. Crashing out is like getting upset. Crashing mode. That makes more sense. It's a mosquito! Oh, I'll take care of that for you. In Sweden, you most often move out at the age of 18, no matter what. Oof. I was not ready for that at 18, honestly. I mean, it's really difficult to get a place to live by yourself in America. Unless you have, like, a really good job, and then usually you're, like, working yourself to the bone. Yeah, it's different in America, for sure. But in a lot of countries, like, people still live with their parents and grandparents for a very long time, you know? It's the family all living together, multi-generational household. You guys have jobs? Yeah, I'm working right now. I started studying, failed, and left the country. Valid. You're valid, Moat. I'm 18, soon gonna be 19, so I'm gonna be moving out before I turn 20. Yippee! The idea of must move out is a very Western thing, yeah. Like, it all, like, started with the, like, nuclear family stuff that was being pushed. Ireland was the first place I had my job as a Swede. Oh, what did you do, Moat? I'm gonna start the timer again. I feel like the dress needs to be poofier. I don't like the dress. By the way, the dress is actually. Oh no! I just realized that's 5 minutes left. I'm gonna have to be okay with it. Yeah, it's okay. Let me just. Here, I can make it a little better by giving it a little more body just at the bottom. There we go. Oh, that fixes so much, actually. It just looks so much more voluminous suddenly. By rounding out the ruffles at the bottom. Get her little shoesies. Does she have heels? It's a little hard to tell from the picture, but we can infer. They're boots. Boots with heels. The Western idea of moving out and buying new land and whatnot comes from roots of colonialism? Whoa, I wouldn't be surprised. There we go. Now you can get some color in. I'm gonna make these look a little less unbalanced. What do you mean layer empty? There we go. Has sudden urge to claim land. Whoa. There we go. A nice, rich, warm tone. And her hands. Cute. Midnight Zoomies. It's 3:52 a.m. Whoa. Have you tried jumping jacks? I don't want to make it darker than the outlines. I think this came out pretty cute. She's definitely a little more fashion doll proportioned than the other ones that I made, I think. Whoa, 1 minute left. Whoa, those are more gold. Yeah. Pretty lip color. Pinker. Okay, then we want the blue earrings. Cream colored shirt. I think she's cute. Yay! I'm starting on, so that's good. That is good. Oh yeah, jumping jacks would be noisy, huh? I wish I wasn't too exhausted to watch you play Repo last night, Damsel. It would have been really fun. It was really fun while I was watching. I wish I wasn't too exhausted to play more Digimon. That was really fun. I definitely am putting more Digimon in the schedule for next week. Because I had a lot of fun with that. And white. I know we're like painting the exact same color on top of this, but it's fine. Don't worry about it. Because when I pull that away, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Colors her skirt. Like that should be good. Pinker. Well, timer's up. That's okay. Damsel played Repo last night. Yeah! On stream. It was really fun. We gotta play Repo together sometime. I love playing Repo. holler in chat if you're a real repo creepo. And then... yeah, that'll do. This character is a lookalike? I have the character Descaris following me this eve. Who is that? From what? Yay! Yippee, it's done! You happy with the damsel? Ooh, me, you, Chi-Chi, and Momark? That would be great. Are the slots full for now? Nope, we got more slots. Hi, Zen. Is that Zeno? Zeno? Is that what you want me to call you, Zeno? I remember struggling with your name last time, but hi. It's lovely to have you. Welcome in, friend. No, we have 3 slots left. It's done. It is done. Theodosia complete. Kaza, welcome in. Descaris is from Itchy the Witch. Highly recommended manga. Really? Super neat. Okay, can I immediately get a transparent version of this? I think I can. I think I can. I think I can. Oh, I wonder if her shoes. Her heel. Is that... okay, it's on the correct layer. Yippee! It's messy, but it's okay. It's a 20-minute commission. What do you mean it's... what do you mean I've only gotten 1 done? And it's an hour in? Oh boy. That's how it always goes, huh? That's okay. That's why we have only 5 slots today. Zeno is fine. Okay, rad. Art sharing channel. It's our fault, not yours. What? You know how many streamers can stream just like silently? They put the little sticky note that says focus mode on their head. Discord isn't loading. Okay, let me try again. Discord's loading now. There we go. At damsel. There we go. Yippee! Whoa, look at him go! Descaris. I want to look at Descaris. I didn't know you did commissions. I would have asked you a long time ago. Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm open for commissions like kind of all the time. The only thing is for things that aren't like the Flash commissions, I have a little bit of a queue. So it might be a couple months before I can get to it. But yeah. It's nice to see you. Welcome in. Alright, we finished one. We finished one. Yay! And it's on to Techno. I love her. Yay! I'm glad you do, damsel. I'm glad. Let me... This is the gist of what Midori looks like. This is General Techno's character. I drew her last time too. Yippee! Techno would like crashed on a couch. Midori crashed on a couch post stream. I can do that. You have a portfolio or business contact info to plug? I've got my Ko-fi. What? Zeno! Thank you so much. What would you like? Thank you for that. So kind, so kind. Yeah, I've got my Ko-fi. You can, gee, I don't really have, like, a portfolio. I mean, I have my website. It's, I draw pictures. I don't make websites, so I'm sorry if this doesn't look great. But I've got a gallery tab here where I have a lot of art from over the years. Yippee! Oh, I'm still, like, crazy about this one. Yeah, I'm a full-time streamer now. Full-time. My wifey, DZ Xenia. I'll send a reference pic. Yeah. DZ Xenia. DZ Xenia. I don't think I can find one. This music is so nice. It's not too loud, is it? Yeah, I can't find it. Yeah, I'd appreciate if you would DM it to me, Twitch Whisper, whatever you do. In fact, if you want to come to my Discord server, if you would like to, then you can go there. Otherwise, my website actually has like a direct Discord DM link. But first up, we got Midori. Techno's character Midori we're gonna draw. Oh, I have to update the slots. Ah, my glasses are on. Thank you, Tantalus. Hi, Tantalus. Let's see. Ooh, big stretch. 2 out of 5. Stretch. A Discord message. Woohoo! Yeah, we could discuss what kind of thing you might want after stream, Kath. I appreciate you. Unshrimp and dies. Hello, Fremd. Hello, Fremd. Fremd, F-R-E-M-D, is actually like the German word for like foreign, I think. I know Fremd. Ich spreche Deutsch als Fremdsprache. I'm speaking German as a second language. I think that's what Fremd means. The Discord doesn't load. Wow, yeah, I speak a little bit of German. Als Fremdsprache. Fremdling is the Swedish word for stranger. Wow. Are you going for the, like the Discord server? SSJ Dr. Tweak. Who's that? Oh, that's you, I see. There we go. I've sent you a message. I don't know why the Discord server is. Oh yeah, you had to click around. There we go. But yeah, we can discuss further after stream. Yay! A Fremdling is a friend you have not met yet. Fremdling? What's the song that does that? I just haven't met you yet. What's that song? Wow, we got Womble emotes. Booty are just people you haven't met. Okay. We're gonna bust out the purple for Midori again. Very good question. I don't know. Michael Bublé, is it? It is Michael Bublé. What is it? I feel like a woman is singing the song. Mr. Bubbles. Woman. Woman singing. Michael Jackson's Monkey? No. Want some ancient music? Posting in the music section of the Discord. Scrumptious. I love learning about music. I have an issue with the Discord sometimes. I thought it was a dude? Really? I'm getting like 2000s. Hold on. Where's my phone? Let me pull up this song. I'm gonna have to mute so I don't get a copyright issue. One sec. That's totally the song I was thinking about. Wow. Who was it? It was Damone. You were totally right. I'm sorry for doubting you. High vocal range man like Adam Levine. Hello, welcome in. Thank you for following. Haven't met you yet. Is what it's called. Anyway, that's enough flim-flamming. Yeah, booty. It was Mr. Bubbles. DM'd, yeah, I don't have proper references for her yet. Hey, that is probably okay. Are these not proper references? Does she look different than this? Is what you want different? This is very pretty. Wow. Is this someone else's art? Oh, proper reference she... Okay. Understandable. Bang! Hi Fang bites you. Oops. Sorry, didn't mean to. Bited you too hard, sorry. What a cute wavy. It's gonna be fun glancing back over here and there as I make slides and seeing the progress. Yeah! Okay, that's enough flim-flamming. No more flim-flam part 2. These were all random commissions. Okay. Yeah, those references are just fine. They're A-okay. Except the wings. Oh, you drew the wings. They're very pretty. Let me pull them up real quick. So pretty! I hope you don't mind if I don't quite get into all that detail. This is just a 20-minute commission. 20-ish minute. Okay, timer! Go! We got... couch for Midori to be passed out on. Wow, that's a couch. No, that's what I call couch. Full on crashed. Let's see, chest here. She's totally slumped. Smaller head. Whoa, I don't know if I've ever drawn this pose before. She would have like her wig in her hand like that. Mosaic brush add that effect? Maybe. No need to be super detailed, just want to spoil my wifey with art. Yay! Maybe a little less going on here. Yay! Ooh, an old Japanese Shinkansen. In case I'm not here, go ahead without me? Alrighty. Thank you, Zeno. Okay, I'm gonna actually lower the opacity on that and use it as a guideline. In fact, make it a little bigger. Not that way. There we go. You're into wig cap. There we go, I think that's looking nice. An old commercial. Yeah, sometimes Japanese ads are real funny. The classic example of long man. The shed skin of the streamer. I'll share it in DC? Discord. She'd have the shirt on. Let's see, when you have your hand like that. Oh, I need to give her more of her head. There we go. More of this going on, I think. There we go, just a little. I miss Chi-Chi! Where's Chi-Chi? Enjoy your lurk, friend! Movies, TV, anime? Yeah! Or like memes, like funnies. Oh yeah, I was doing her... Let's see, she's chilling, her hand. Elbow resting there. That's Pinky is first. Okay. Here we go. See, let's do this knee up. And then this knee down. There we go. By the way, if I missed some chat because I was in big focus mode, feel free to resend it. I do feel like I missed something. Oh, hi, Tofu! Welcome in, friend! Okay, let's take down the underdrawing. Because I changed the leg pose, we can do that. There we go. I want to put her jacket strewn too. There we go. Just like that. Okay, now we can color. Wow, 6 minutes left to color. Here, let me pause. We're doing... Oh, you just did a little maintenance stream of your own. We're drawing General Techno's character, Midori. She's a streamer. In this drawing, she just got off stream and she's like, wiped. She's tired. Wow, Notepad was the proper rate to make my ASCII art overlay. Ooh. Yeah, ASCII art is super neat stuff. Yeah. Oh, let me put her glasses on too. Post-stream self-care. Yeah, that must be it. That must be what it's called. My post-stream self-care is for like a half hour to an hour, just like going through my messages and checking my analytics. If I noticed if I don't do that, if I don't do that, I end up like in a weird mood for the rest of the day. So I need to like wind down and check my analytics. Or I need to check my analytics for the stream while I wind down. Glasses somewhere else? I can put them on her face. Oh yeah, she could be holding them like this. Hmm. You ever hold your glasses like that? Need to be bigger too, I think. Cute. Yeah, I do that with my glasses now and then. So how does she manage when she decides to not wear her glasses when streaming? And she's farsighted, but I'm not sure what her focus distance is. I decided that one of my characters is nearsighted. But it's because she had like an alternate racial trait that gave her a penalty to ranged attacks. So I'm like, why does this happen? It's because she's nearsighted. Well, Tofu! Yay, yay, yay! Thank you so much for the donation! OMG! Wow, even with an extra bonus. Extra bonus amount. Very kind of you. 2 red. A little paler. I have other OCs who are nearsighted, yeah! But my character, like, I don't think she ever had a reason to, you know, deal with it. So she doesn't have glasses or anything. She's from, like, a Wild West sort of campaign. Got some, like, darker areas. A golden yellow color. Debating if my current D&D character Sophie is nearsighted. She has no reason to know. She grew up in a prison cell, so it's not improbable that her eyesight is poor. Right. I don't know why my eyesight is poor. It's probably just genetic, honestly. Give her brown hair. Lighter. Lighter brown hair. Less red. Give her some blushy. She's like, woof, I'm tired. She's illiterate, so not like she'd be able to read text anyway. That's true. I learned that I was real life nearsighted. Yeah, when I, in elementary school, I think it was like 2nd or 3rd grade, I couldn't read the yellow and orange, specifically the orange, like, text writing on the whiteboard. Couldn't read that, so, they were like, really? You can't read that? So I had to sit in the front of the class for a while until I could get glasses. is not the Flash CC. Where is the red suit and the lightning symbol? I do want the Flash commissions. I am only drawing the Flash. Flash. Is that his name? The superhero man. Very fast superhero man. Lighter. Another OC Shields is nearsighted and it kicked in at the worst time for her because she had also been thrown in the deep end scholastically. Starting to attend school in Japan when she knew zero Japanese and zero support system. Yeah, that's crazy. She's got teal tights. There we go. And let's get the this here. What? There we go. Oh, the timer's done. Just want to get the couch. Is that a good color? I'm thinking like a pale leather kind of couch. And then just a little cleanup. A color that hides stains. Oh. What do you suggest? Too dark a couch wouldn't, yeah. And then we want a little... She's tired, so she's going... Woof. Woof. Or the other side, maybe? Woof. Does that look like what that... Woof. I don't know how to draw a sigh. My only OC is Liam Gorgon, a defense lawyer that only works on cases for fairies, using the only ability that he has that they don't, being able to lie. He's also a protagonist of one of my game projects that's on hold while I work on another one. Oh, so fun. Looks pretty good to you. Yay! Yeah, I think this is decent for 20 minutes. I just want to do like a little bit of shading. Just to make this couch not look like so much of a blob. There we go. Simple but works. Yay! Amateur game dev. No games in the portfolio yet. And my only one on itch, I lost the source code. Wow, that's so sad. I was expecting a half body or something. Ah, yeah, this is kind of like the vibe that I had in mind. Yeah, it's such a bummer though, Duat. Yeah, Tofu printed out the flash commissions from Cheesecake into stickers and is handing out them to friends. I saw those. Ah! I kind of wish I had one. Backups on backups, yeah. Finishing projects is hard, that's true too. I don't have backups. I don't have backups really, but yeah. Let's go ahead and duplicate this. Get this over to Discord. Get it cropped and over. Whoops. Just made a backup. Make backups, people. Yeah, all of this art in here, if I haven't posted it anywhere, it hasn't been backed up somewhere. So if my iPad dies on me, I've made a mistake. I think this one's fine with the background on it. Oh, I need to sign it. Alpha lock. Too big. Too small. Yeah, that's right. Okay. Save that. Then take it to Discord. This is Techno. There we go. Doesn't Apple do auto backups? I never signed into OneDrive because I'm like, I don't need the cloud. I don't want that cloud service. Leave me out of it. One day you're using it, the next day suddenly it can't be read. Oof. The ending of Zoolander cracks me up because of the 2 words zip disk bit. I'm not familiar. I've never seen Zoolander. I've never seen it. I just trust OneDrive and the cloud in general. Right, like that can be hacked. Oof. Yeah, everything being on GitHub is pretty good. Zip disks were like a thicker floppy that could store 100 megabytes, which was a big deal at the time, yeah. Cloud service. Clouds are vapors, dummy. They can't hold nothing. They can barely hold water. That's why we have rain, stupid. Yeah. Yes. Interesting. Yeah, that's like a bit of a chonker of a disc, huh? Interesting. Oh my god, it's the save icon! Twitch is on AWS. What is that? AWS? It's dark in here. Let me go turn on a light. Give me a sec. In fact, can we take a little break, maybe? Is who's what's it still here? Xeno? Is Xeno still here? I'm not sure. Tofu. Wow, we have 1 slot left. 1 slot left. The big moneymaker for Amazon? Oh, Amazon's cloud service. I see. Don't hurt me like that? What do you mean? What do you mean don't hurt you like that? What are you talking about, stuff? Oh, hi! You're up next. Your art is up next. Save icon. Floppy disks were just before my time. I didn't end up using them, but I did have CDs and stuff like that. As a result of them going, we should do something with all our servers the 11 months of the year that is not the holiday season. Huh. Yeah, I'm gonna step away for a sec to turn on a light. Give me just a moment. Whoa! Ethereal, hi! This button. Ethereal, what would you like? The story of the internet's first millionaire? Whoa, whoa, whoa. He's not screaming, that's why it looks wrong. Welcome back! Okay. We've got DZ something, was it? DZ Zenite? Millionaire must be a new Dratini Evo. I love this pretty fairy. Or like screaming goose dressed for winter with a scarf and snow coat. Cute! Perfect. I can absolutely do that. Easy Xenia. Yeah. The internet's first millionaire got his money by selling ad space on his webpage. People could buy a pixel of space for $1. A bunch of people bought $1 of ad space. It was hideous and hard on the eyes, but he got his money from it. Interesting. I feel like that's something that I would see a Nation Squid video on. I like them videos. Ugh. I've got like an owie in my throat, like in my esophagus, because I swallowed a pill wrong the other night. Hopefully that heals soon. The origin of NFTs, I can see that. What a pretty fairy! I love fairies. I love fairies. Look at this pretty fairy. Wow, wow, wow. With the little unicorn horn too. Wow. Do you have any preference for pose or expression or anything like that? I think they're so cute. And these are the wings that Xeno drew. Hi, Jackie! Right? So pretty! No preferences, as long as cute. Yay, I can do that. I can do cute. Hi, you're cool too. Bye! Thank you for popping in, Jackie. The pixel has a link to the buyer's page, so it was legit, unlike NFTs. Actually useful internet pixels, it's true! I wonder, you guys want to see the brain trims while I draw? Whoa. Just a little up. There we go. Just like that. Well, because I have my iPad plugged in, it's flashing. Chimps! Hi, Electro! Hello, Electro! It's okay. We have an ad starting in about a minute. I appreciate you guys hanging around through the ad. We're gonna get started on this cool little dude. We are out of slots, actually, so let me fix that. Okay. New layer. Let me restart my timer. What color? Oh, we want a blue, of course. Yeah, that looks good to me. A little more indigo. Yep. Sweet. Yeah, the ad is rolling. I'll see you guys after the ad. Thank you for sticking around. Timer! Go! Cute. I have an idea. There we go. You can have one leg forward. No. Both legs back. Just a little bit pigeon-toed. Just a little bit. I don't know why they say that, pigeon-toed. Because, pigeons don't have inward pointing toes. Ah, welcome back, damsel. I didn't miss you. I knew that you were sleeping the whole time. I was the one who put you to sleep, after all. Buzzbot fell asleep too. Pigeon-toed poses are cute, right? It's so anime. Let's see, I want to be casting some sort of magic. So I'm trying to go for like a classic fairy magic sort of pose. Let's make this bigger. Hand backwards. I'm gonna scrap this. We're gonna restart from the beginning. Timer reset. Whoa. I have a dog on top of each of my feet. Life is blessed. Ah, I'm glad. And welcome back from ads, everyone, by the way. The shrimpies. The shrimpies are happy. Look how cute they are. You guys see how cute they are? The focus is off. Let me change the focus. There you go. You can see them a little better now. Okay. I'm gonna Google fairy pose. Fairy magic pose, just for a little inspiration. Oh, something like this. This is the kind of thing I was going for. But I wasn't feeling it, honestly. Wait, who is this? This is so cute. What a cute outfit. This is so like Kiari Pamu Pamu. Do you think so? I don't know who this is, but that's the vibe I'm getting. I saw a different one that I liked. There we go. I like that. That kind of pose. Much better. Okay, redo. Timer, go. I might do like a... You know, I think I want to focus on the face. More on the face. So we'll have it be a half body. Ugh. Maybe I need a break. I think we'll take a break after this. Very pretty. Oh, I saved it. Okay. Oh, how badly I want to give her pointed ears. Move that up a little bit. Cute, okay. Let's see, how does this hair go? And then it tucks behind. We'll just build it from the head down. And then there we go. What's so strange about this to me? What am I struggling with so hard? No, I think it's cute. I think it's cute. Cute unicorn horn. More stripes than that. Yeah, that's about right. Whoa, that's the blur tool. She's casting a magic using her cute unicorn horn. I have a character I need to draw, but blah, trying to draw is evil. Do like just some messy sketches of the character. Get silly with it. Okay. Okay, desk lamp. Going crazy. Here we go. Made that a little longer. Her shoulders more in. Got this around her neck here. She's got a little bit going on. This goes around her back. Cute so far. The end is in sight for these slides. Yay! Go, go, go! You got this, Techno. Okay. There we go, some dainty hands. Oh, I'm busting it down. Hi, Ethereal. How's it going? No gloves, but she's got these big sleeves. I don't like that hand pose, actually.
Man, little baby,
baby man. Hi, Frog. Welcome in.
Baby man.
We got baby shrimps. What's the weirdest pizza topping you ever had? I've had BLT pizza before, which I suppose isn't that weird, but I don't know if I've been very adventurous with pizzas. I really like BLT pizza. Well, we got 6 minutes left. It was really good. see. Hand like that. Yeah, we can do a hand like that.
Sup?
Oh, sup?
What are you doing?
Hi, Archer.
Where you at?
What does kangaroo taste like? A new 2026 objective, be more adventurous with pizza? Oh, what do you suggest? I'm not gonna try emu and kangaroo pizza. That would be very expensive to get in Ferry, Michigan. So cute! You like it, Xeno? I honestly struggled with the pose on this one. I don't think I have time for coloring. But I will make sure to get the wings in there. Oh, no opacity. There we go. Let me look at her, the other ref for her wings. Oh, I gotta finish her outfit. It's, like that. Yeah. I'll probably color it myself and credit you for it? Sure. I'm okay with that. We got... Make him smaller. Who wants to guess how many slides this commission art share slideshow is? Oh, what is it? 30? That's very low ball? I don't really know what it is. Commission art share? And 5 seconds to trying a story about why every form of meat that isn't farm animals tastes like chicken? Really? Well, 5, 4, 3, go for it. Cute! Cutie patootie! Pretty eyelashes. Cute! Alligators taste like chicken? I've heard that too. What? 5 seconds. A little bit of that. Cute! Okay, let's get my signature on there. Yeah, this one took me a lot longer than I expected. But if you want to color it yourself, I am A-okay with that. Let's duplicate. Crop it down. I'll send you the one with the background and the transparent version. Alligator is tasty, and I think I had rattlesnake once. Buzzbot, you can't talk about that on this stream. One second. We'll take a little break after this. There we go. And I'll send these both to you. You're in the Discord server. I'll post them in the art sharing channel with everything else. Oh, no, not at all. Art is weird sometimes. You know what I mean? Art is weird sometimes. And sometimes you draw something and it's difficult for no reason. And this version. And oh, there we go. You have been tagged. She's an ancient fairy. I thought you might like her since you're a fairy too. Yeah, I love drawing fairies. So maybe it was I wanted to put extra effort into it, and I wanted to really make sure it's right. Do we really have to code the taste of every animal? Who in their sane mind would eat hippopotamus or lions? We coded them to kill people, then try. Boss's orders. Another all-nighter, I guess. I'm not coding the taste for zebras. Hey guys, I'm going home. Didn't you hear the news? You got the Australians. I already finished it. Chicken. You think anybody will be weird enough to enter the simulation and taste them? Oh, like coding a simulation. When you said a story, I thought you meant like an anecdote. You got it right for the amount of time you did, so I may commission you if you want more Xenia art. I would love to. As long as you don't mind that there's a little bit of a queue. And welcome in! Rocket jump scare. I'm gonna snooze out this ad so that we can run this during the break. And during the break, we'll also do some words on stream. The infamous shrimp bug. They tried eating shrimp. We're all Metal Gear Solid 3 with our food options. Gambling? No, this isn't gambling. It's, learning words. Not learning words, but doing words. You'll know what I mean when I pull it up. Why do I have to come in during the break? I don't know, but I'll be back in only like 10 minutes. More of a dialogue writer than an anecdote writer. That's fair. I really gotta have this, like... Aw, dang it. I really gotta have this, what do you call it? Bookmarked. Hello? Connect! Connect, please! There we go! It's, like Scrabble. Scrabble is what it's like. I'm making a birdhouse in Roblox Studio. It'll house exotic macaws and raptors. Ooh, that's so fun! That sounds super duper fun, and... yeah, I just want to see if there's any more chat that I missed. But yeah, we're gonna have Words on Stream going. I'll go ahead and get that started now. I'll be out for about 10 minutes. About 10 minutes. If, I'm dying from cuteness every time I see Xenia. I'll run a 3-minute ad right before we come back so that we have a full hour afterwards of ad-free cheese content. Forget. I like this game a lot. Enjoy the Words on Stream in the meantime. And I'll see you guys soon. Hello, Brick Bye! Unfortunately, I'm leaving for a moment, but I'll be back. See you shortly. Bye! Hello. I return. We're gonna let this this game play out in the meantime. A return, it's true. I'm back. Whoa, excuse me. Tomo's looking very cute. Can I show this? I can't. It's okay though. Just trust me when I say that Tomo looks very cute. I'm not gonna show my my messy room. I'm a streamer after all. I'm a streamer. I'm gonna have a messy room. I'm pretty proud of mouses. There's still slots available? Unfortunately, no, Retro. I decided to cut it off at 5 slots today. Just sort of like judging the amount of energy that I've got today. But you know, I'm always open for bigger commissions as long as you don't mind a wait. That's it. Game over. Let me see the leaderboard. Let me see. Streamer room messy. I must be the odd one out. Yeah, I'm gonna try to keep up the Flash Commission Fridays on Fridays. We've got Cancel Snail, Presmop, and me! And Retro, and Cygnus, and Xeno, all being epic word people. We're such epic word people! You're good, I just like watching people draw, yay! There are plenty of Twitch streamers who draw on stream. So, that's good. It's good that you like that. There we go. And I want to turn off this. There we go. All is well! I love having this in the background while I make a home for birdies. Oh, I surprised Tomo when I said that. He was settling in for a nap, and then I went, he was like, huh? What? What's going on? It's me. I'm Birdies. Okay, what was our next one? What? No, don't do words. No, stop. Stop words. There we go. Okay. Our next one, I flipped it. Our next one, we finished Xeno. Whoa. We finished Xeno's character. Oh, I had to chew and a chew for a second. I had to sneeze for a moment. And it didn't happen. Let me double check what Tofu wanted. Let's check what they sent me. Coco washing his cup. Pinker than usual skin tone, like when you take a long hot shower. He's been out of the cup for a little bit and wants to finish washing cup so he can cool down. Hat backwards so the brim won't bump on the sides of the cup while he's cleaning. Sudsy cup! Clean sudsy cup! I wonder, is there like holes in the bottom for his feet to go through? I wonder. I wonder if there's some way to get my whatchamacallit to stop flashing. The desk lamp. Like, I could unplug my iPad. We'll do that for a little bit, but we can only do it for so long. Okay. Yeah, that's a pretty clean concept, I guess. Clean. Clean concept. I'm having the idea of, like, he's like inside the cup washing it. You know. I know this isn't what Tofu asked for, but Hi! Oh, Kirby, welcome in! Let's have a stretch. What? Oh, that's a good stretch, actually. And a sippy. What do you think of that tofu if he's inside the cup? We can go with your idea if you want. But I think this is silly. Gonna play a horror game with cheese in the background. Ooh, what are you gonna play? It's exciting. Let me see if I can pull up the references again. There it is. There he is. My idea, because he's keeping the cup from moving with his knees. Ah, that makes sense, that makes sense. Here's the guy! Guys, this is Tofu Coco's character! Look at this cutie patootie! Absolute cutie patootie! Everybody go follow him. He's started streaming recently and he's got a whole VTuber. Shout out Tofu. It's him! It's true, it's him! Coco. There we go. Yippee! Hit the little heart at top of chat. Radioactive drink. So cute! I love this design. Anyway. Get a brown color. That'll do. Let's get started. I did maintenance, I got my partner in on it, so we can do co-op stream. Yay! That's exciting. I remember last time when I raided in that one time, your friend you had on call was like straight up inaudible. So I hope you got that figured out. Psychological horror. Oh, Voices of the Void. Right. That game's real silly. I've never played it, but I'm familiar with Vinesauce Joel playing it. It's real silly and fun. For a while, there was the video of an alien singing just the two of us. I had it in my Discord bio. I have something different in there now. I forgot what it was. Let me check. Oh. Dancing to the full Pokemon Diamond and Pearl soundtrack. So silly. It's a great game, definitely recommend. Yeah, it looks really neat. It's more about making you feel paranoid instead of throwing a scary creature at you for a jump scare. Yeah, I played Alien Isolation and it was a lot like that. Except there was also jump scares. Okay. Grab our timer, let's set it to 20 minutes. Alrighty. Yeah, I can do this, no problem. Yeah, have a fun time, Retro. I'll be here. What are you doing, Tomo Bird? Exploring? You looking at the birdie in the reflection of my PC? Who is that? Who is that bird? He started dancing a little bit with the bird in the mirror. Seed Street for Tomo. Hi, Private Akira, welcome in. You want Seed Street? Let's go ahead and... Whoa. Happy New Year! Happy New Year! Let's see. I have to fix the camera. There it is. There we go. I don't know if he wants any Seed Street right now. You want some? might not. He's like, yes, please. You want some? You want it? Where are you going? I put it in your treat dish. You want me to get the other stuff out of your treat dish? Come on. What about this? I think mayhaps... Oh, yes, he wants it. Okay. Hi, Saito. Cheese electric. I'm cheese electric? Wow. Drawing's going good today. Have you seen the streams where chat controls feed for cows? I haven't seen the cow feed, but one of my favorite, like, live pet cam streams is, Cheese-tricity. One of my favorite pet cam streams is Q Bunny TV, and they have bunnies and guinea pigs and fish. And you can use, like, bits or whatever to feed the bunnies and fish. But I haven't seen the cows. What's Tomo doing? What are you doing, little bird? You didn't want the seeds treat? Did you want to take it easy? Perhaps on my knee? Aw, do you want snuggles, perhaps? Aw. Sweet birdie wants snuggles. I do have to draw at some point, little bird. But yeah, it's going well today. Plug my iPad back in. Oh, I would love for whoever made this playlist to make another one. Another, like, chill, nice one like that. Because they have, this is Study with Miku. It's a Study with Miku Part 4. The other 3 are, like, lo-fi. And lo-fi doesn't really suit my stream, I don't think. Itchy? Oh, he's just a little bird. He's just a little bird. But this one is unique in that it's like chill, sort of summery, a lot of acoustic sounds going on. I much prefer this one over the other like lo-fi Study with Miku's. Scroll, lurk. Do you mean to say you're lurking, Tofu? Chi-Chi cloning machine. That's so stinking cute. I'm gonna pin that. The Chi-Chi cloning machine. Cooking in the background, cute! Okay. Timer! Go! That's enough flim-flamin'. There we go, decent enough circle. I've discovered today that I enjoy that word, flim-flamin'. I love how demanding Tomo has been. I've been working in the background too. Cheesecake has the best vibes on the planet. What the heck? No, you. You have the best vibes on the planet. That's a lot of people. The planet has a lot of people in it. Flim flam, thank you, ma'am. I'm gonna make this bigger. Yet bigger. He is a sweet boy. I'm more productive than I ever am when I get to sit in the Flim Flam stream. Oh, we're so flim flammy. The flims are absolute flam. Me when the flims are flam. Ooh, carefully trace around. I know this is a 20-minute commission, but circles are hard. Me when the flame is phlegm. That's me. That's me flim flamming. What? I need to do one more adjustment. Just in. Okay, there we go. That's circle enough. Are you circle enough? See, pose like. There we go. Roughly. We'll clean it up more, of course. Yes, tell me more. You've flimmed your last flam. I think its cup is slightly smaller, might be too big. Didn't think about proportions. Oh, yeah, you're right. You're totally right. I also didn't think about proportions when I was drawing this. Yay! Is this better? I think it could be even a little smaller than that. It's better. Check the Funnies channel? Okay. Let me pause the timer real quick. Wow, 13 already? Here we go. Absolute flimmery! If I didn't have my drawing mode on, I would put my hands up like that. That's one thing that the hand tracking of my model does really well. Electro, can I... yeah. Can I put this in the fan art reel? So cute. So silly. Absolutely. Yes! I love when people make memes of me. It's so silly. Art, slideshow, fan art. Okay, and into the fan art reel channel. There we go. From Electro. Yay! What's the Tomo bird doing? What are you doing? I love pronouns. Yay! Pronouns be so silly. I love. Proper nouns? Proper nouns are good too. Like tofu coco. Up, little bird. Oh, he's doing it again. He's doing the chirps. Okay, you know what that means. It's bribe time. So much millet, little bird. Look, look. Oh, here's the doggy. Adjectives! We love adjectives! What? Right in there. Want it? Well, a raid? Oh, Dim! What's up, friend? How was your stream, Dim? It's nice to see you. It's been a little while. I see you live every now and then recently, but I never have any energy to, like, chit-chat. How's it going? Shout out Dimbulb Studios. Everybody throw Dim a follow, huh? Oh, I always forget ink. Everybody throw Dim a follow to give them a big, big, big thank you for raiding in today. What have you been doing on stream lately, friend? Yeah, hi. We're doing Flash Commission Saturday. Usually it's Friday, but we've been missing a couple Fridays, and I wanted to make sure we did it. So we did it today, even though it's on a Saturday. How was your stream? What? Shoulder go out like this. We've been pretty locked in overall today. Just doing some stuff, wrapping up tech stuff, but I'm here! Welcome back, Dim! How'd your stream go? Thinking about this. We're drawing this character Coco from our friend Tofu Coco. I think he would certainly have his sleeves rolled up. Whoa. Never try foreshortening again. All of my fords shall stay tall. His hat's on backwards. This is such an unusual pose. Stream went well. I was playing Halo with some friends. My Xbox was dying, so it was pretty fun. Wow, that sounds like a good time. Sounds like a great time. If you want anybody to talk to about Halo, you guys should follow Dim. Dim's a big Halo fan. It's a weird angle, so I'm sort of like struggling with the pose a little. Here we go. A Halo head, if you will. Absolutely. Oh, a Halo head. Like, hey, wait. My tracking died for a second. It's back, though. The timer hasn't been going. That's okay. What gives? The fan is running. Stretch and hydrate. By the way, Dim, if you gotta get going. Oh, hi, Max. Hi, Max. If you have to get going, Dim, feel free to do so. Don't let me hold you back. But if you did want to stick around, and chill out, you are absolutely free to do so. And a sippy. Guys, Maxed Out just, debuted a new model. A whole new situation, even. New emotes. All kinds of stuff. Let's see. For some reason, I'm struggling with like proportions today. Maybe because these are kind of ambitious poses that I haven't really done before. Skrink this hand a little. Skrink it a lot, I guess. I'll hang out for a bit. Sorry I'm popping in and out of chat. Hey, that is A-okay. You take your time, Dim. That is perfectly fine. I didn't think about difficulty. You're all good. As long as you're okay with it being within this 20-minute scope, then that's fine with me. Sorry, I didn't think about booty. I trust that you understand that I'll give it my best shot for 20 minutes. And if you really wanted something more ambitious than that, then you could, like, you know, like, if you wanted it to be cleaner and for me to actually spend more time on it, then I could do a proper commission. He's got the... Let's make him a little more snatch. There we go. Tofu Coco, just a little bit snatched. What a cutie patootie. Oh, we're still at 13 minutes. I could have swore I started the timer. It's okay. You get extra time, Tofu. Cleaning. Should we have Coco using a ridiculously oversized sponge? We can draw in the suds later. I think a ridiculously oversized sponge would be cute, and it would fit the shape language. Do a little more out. Not worry too hard about the tangent. There we go. You can give him his stripies later. Does the cup have like 2 holes in the bottom for the legs to go through? Or is it a don't think too hard about it situation? Let's see, we go in like that. Not too much though. Let's see, shoe. Yeah, not too much. Let's say there's a large black spot where his legs would stick out. Ah, I see. Maybe a little better centered. There, like that. And is there straps? Would the straps be hanging out? Hi, Iconic. Welcome in. Oh, Jack is here. Oh my goodness, I didn't even see you come in. Hi, Jack. I really gotta get moving on setting up StreamerBot so I can get the daily chicken redeem going, because I think that would be delightful. And the earliest you guys can start racking up your points on that, the bigger streak you can get. Suspendies can be on or off. They're detachable. They can be in the laundry. The suspendies. Are you guys getting tired of this music yet? Should I pick something else? Okay, 8:20. Okay. Yeah, I've got all the details down. I want to fix his hair a little bit. There we go. That's a little better. He's focusing. Oh. There, that's cute. His eye is hidden behind his hair. It's heightened. What's little bird doing? I have a feeling he wants it to be dimmer in here. Not so bright. One last thing. I just wanna make some suggestion of there being a floor here. There. Okay, now I can color it. Let's select, never mind. We'll just carefully select by hand. I think suspendies is a very cute thing to call it. It's suspendies. There we go. And then you know what we can do? We can finish coloring these in, and then we can alpha lock color. That way we don't have any transparency issues. Perfect. Alpha lock. You want him to be warm, toasty warm, pinker than usual. How often does Coco have to clean his cup? Oh, hi, Stone. Welcome in. I'm debating if I want to draw or not. I want to, but I'm physically tired and I don't think I can. Draw something silly. Do silly art. His hair's kind of the same color, but we can go for, like, a little bit lighter color. For the purposes of making the art. A yellowish color. Not so yellow. But more like this. There we go. Affirmative, Commander Cheesecake. Glory to Fairy Nation. I like Tofu's idea too. Draw a fairy. Draw some kind of fairy. Doesn't have to be me, but you know it could. It could be. 2 minutes left. Whether I adhere to that, it's fine. Brush. They said Kirby, like the pink guy. He has to clean it like once, at least every 2 days. I like to imagine a large dishwasher just for his cups. But some cups are not dishwasher safe. Oh, he has multiple cups! I didn't know that. Bright yellow sponge. This we can do a dark void. The dark void of darkness. Gently. There we go. The gentle dark void of darkness. It's been so fun getting into Digimon, actually. It's been really silly and fun. You have to approach it with this kind of like, oh yeah, cool stuff. Bottom of cup is same colors as leggings, that's what I was thinking. That is exactly what I was thinking. In fact, I like this color for the bottom of the cup, but not for the leggings, so let's do that. Perfect. binged Digimon last night too. I got the plot twist in Time Stranger. Woo! I don't know anything about it. That's exciting. Yeah, it's about the right color. Maybe a little redder. Timer's up. That's okay. Maybe a little gentler. Yeah. Little paler than this. Last night I stayed up really late playing Digimon World Championship for the DS. It's like sort of simple as it gets. Little monster taming and training game. There we go. Sort of simple as it gets. But it certainly was addicting enough to get absolutely lost in. Let's see. It's also really hard. You ever tried the V-Pets? No, I haven't, but I don't think that I am capable of it. I don't think I need a digital being. I don't think I need to be responsible for a digital being who is needy and demanding. It sounds like an extra stressor, honestly. I want this to be a different color. Maybe more salmony, just a touch. A little less salmony. There. Touch darker. No, wait. There we go. We did it. He's warm. He's so warm. Oof. Good. Warm cheeks. Extra warm little guy. And then we got Scrubby. Get some suds in here. Some soapy suds. You remember that episode of SpongeBob where SpongeBob got the suds? I feel like I remember not liking that episode. My sister-in-law gave me a Tamagotchi as a gift and I wanted him dead after a week. I wrapped him in blankets and hid him in a drawer so I couldn't hear his beeps until the battery went dead. Oh no. Like, that's so real, but oof. You straight up had to put it out of its misery. That's so sad. Have you talked to a therapist about this, Chi-Chi? It sounds traumatic. Although I've heard of people dealing with Furbies in similar ways. But like, just take the battery out. I did what had to be done. I digivolved my VPet to Omegamon Alter S. Whoa, but then one day later, the cool night guy who can delete the whole digital world pooped himself to death. Oh, buddy. That's so sad. There we go. Do these suds look sudsy? Oh, Ethereal is up late playing Viva Pinata! Sounds about right! Yay! Let's get the top of the... Oh, wrong layer. We got that, and let's get the little cracks in there too. Like there. A little bluer. Perfect. Do the cracks go on the inside too? Hold the phone, the cup comes off. How are the contents disposed of? Trade secret? Cracks go on the inside, okay. I'm gonna make them a little longer. Yeah, Techno, he's gonna wash it somehow. I do like that you've thought it through, Tofu. Where do the legs go in, and what kind of seal is it? Concepts disposed of with friends' help, or donated to food bank. You're at the food bank, and they're like, so where did this come from? You're like... Don't worry about it. Okay. I think that looks about right. Just give it a little bit of... Ugh. Let me do this on a new layer, actually. Just for a little extra dimension. There we go. Okay, that looks good to me. It's like a rubbery kind of seal, like those gloves they use for babies in incubators. Yeah, Tofu sent me a picture the other day, I'm just remembering. It's like this. Yeah, I think this is cute. Whoops, just dropped my pencil. Let's go for a little shrink. Smaller. Shrink. A little bigger. Shrink. No, a little smaller. There we go. Dink dink. CC. Yay! Oh, hydrate! And a stretch. Thank you, Roy. Roy! Hi, Roy! Oh, that was certainly not 20 minutes. That was certainly not 20 minutes, but I think I managed it anyway. Oh, big stretch. Oh, there goes Birdie. He's migrating. What are you doing up there, little dude? Coco complicated. No, I don't think he's that complicated. What? No, the bottom one too. Speed commish Saturday. Yes, it is. Oh yeah, I could do it with an S, couldn't I? So art sharing channel. Yay! At Tofu. Yay, it's done. Oh, there's an ad starting in about a minute. I appreciate you guys hanging around through the ad. Thank you. It's splatter day because paint on canvas goes splat. Maybe. That's so silly. Okay. What? Group. $30 stream streak! That's beautiful, Omelet! Wow! OMG Tofu, you're first! Wow, not only are you first, but you're first 3.5 hours into stream. That's beautiful. That's so beautiful. Anyway, give it up for Coco. We love Coco. We love Coco. Yeah, baby. Cup baby. Baby in a cup. Let's see who was next. It was Ethereal! Ethereal was our last one to do. Swoop. Whee! Ethereal! You're still here, right, Ethereal? You said you wanted Screaming Goose in a winter coat and a beanie, right? Was it a beanie or a scarf? Or both? I'm sure as long as it's cozy winter digs, it's okay, right? Winter coat and scarf, okay. Whoa. Wrong layer. Okay. Sweet. Exciting. I don't know why I did that. ADHD took over. Yeah, thank you, Tofu. You are absolutely delightful. Absolutely delightful. Even if your legs are in rubber sleeves. I need no reference for the Screaming Goose. We simply draw. Tomo bird. You cozy? You happy? I think that's a happy bird right there. Winter coat and scarf. And he must be doing the screaming goose thing, of course. As screaming as usual. Because this is a very simple design, I can take my time making it clean. Super clean. So, we may or may not even use the full 20 minutes. Of course. Naturally. You must be screaming. Timer, go! Here we go. A little smaller. Yeah. Wow. Draw a circle challenge impossible. Yay! I don't want to use the circle tool because I want it to look natural. No matter how many times I have to draw Screaming Goose, I shall never complain, because what a cute design. I think it's probably been something like 20 times now. I've known Ethereal for a long time. He's been around since I started streaming. As evidenced by the first badge. When the goose is loosed. Winter coat. A winter coat. Like a puffy winter coat? What? Pets! Ooh, I just barely reach it. The Kirai. Oh yeah, right by the ears. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. Good stuff. Yeah, puffy winter coat. Why are all of these long? Yeah, something like this is fine. A peacoat if you want to challenge. Peacoat. Oh. We can do that. That shouldn't be too bad. Just something like this? What color are you gonna want it? I simply have to apply human anatomy to the goose. What? No, just apply human anatomy to the goose. It's okay, Cheesy. You can do it. There we go. His wing in the sleeve. He can't fly, but he's doing it for fashion. Are we tired of this music yet? Do we want to listen to something else, or are you guys chilling? We could get a new playlist going. Sup, Fushi? Welcome in! It's nice to see you today. How's it going? How was your New Year's, friend? There we go, cute. Let's see, is there some sort of detail in the hems? Oh, this is so blurry, so pixely. What about you? Oh, it's got like a... How does it do this? Not good, oh no! Well, I hope the rest of the year goes better for you. Justice is not quacked up to be. People can be honking insane. I like that. No, we're gonna not do that. The geese have swung by. Yay! Thank you, Ethereal. I'm in a pretty good mood. Flash Commission for Saturday has been fun, or Speed Commission Saturday, if you would. Yeah, I'm in a really nice mood. Like, getting into Digimon has been really exciting for me. I do, like, I got new meds. I got back on my meds, finally. Thankfully, finally. I got back on my meds. But I took the first dose wrong and the pill got, like, stuck in my esophagus or whatever, and it it still hurts. Like it must have, like, burned it a little bit or something. But other than that, I'm thriving. Right? Like, who knew pills were hard to take? Like, I can take an ibuprofen or something, no problem, but it was a capsule pill, and like, I guess whatever's inside it is an irritant. Like, the medicine itself is an irritant. There we go. This is cute. What do you think, Ethereal? Honk. It sounds painful? Yeah, it's kind of painful. It's not something that won't recover in a couple days, though, so we're good. What? Wrong one. You love it? Yay! I'm glad you suggested the pea coat, because I like that. I like it. Honk. Let me make this one bigger. Yippee! And a little snow has fallen on his head. Okay, we still got 7 minutes. I explained my day. You can read back read if you want. Right. Oh, my favorite YouTuber died. Who is it? Who was it? Second, I find out Disney is insultingly gonna use AI to make movies this year. Right. I mean, at this point, hey, if you don't want BuzzBot to copy your messages, you can type out Buzz ignore me. I explained my booty. Healy the Dizzy. Oh, that's so unfortunate. I've never heard of her, but may she rest in peace. Do you know how? Ah, cystic fibrosis. Gotcha. Let's get a little bit of shading here to imply groundedness. You're grounded! That'll be your last honk. No more honks out of you, mister. I don't like how it looks. I'm gonna let it be as it was. Finishing up a drawing. Ooh, exciting. Iconic. Yeah, I can't say I'm surprised that Disney's doing that. At a certain point, you just gotta be like, or at a certain point, I just end up like, yeah, corporations be doing that. The doctors were medicating her in the hospital, the meds weren't working. Oof. Yeah, that's really unfortunate. Okay. Just about there, that one. No, no, no. More. Yes, bluer. What? Hidden layer, what do you mean? A little darker color for the body. How about a dark navy for the coat? Keep it within the color scheme. Too dark. It's really sad because she planned to visit her friends, plane tickets and all. Oh man. Not too dark. Is that good? Yeah, this is fine. We can change it after if we want to as well. What color are you thinking for the scarf? I'm thinking a dark red. Just a nice dark red. I feel like that's classic scarf color. Yeah! The beak. Hi, Ptolemy. How's it going, friend? I just imagined like a collection, like maybe Precious Moments style, of little statues of the Screaming Goose. Just all like little porcelain statues lined up on a shelf, or like more ceramic statues lined up on a shelf. Ethereal's house for real. Screaming geese? Did I say screaming gooses? Precious gooses, truly! Hi, Kokone! Welcome in! It's nice to see you today. It's going okay. A little sick though. Oh no! What kind of sick? Why the goose scream? I don't know if I've ever asked. Ethereal, why does the goose scream? This is the, sort of the mascot for... a mascot for Ethereal. For it does not know what else to do, given the horrors it has witnessed. It's going okay. I'm a little sick though. Yeah. It's okay, I can speak typo most of the time. Bedtime for the foxes, but I wanted to say hi. Well, I appreciate you stopping in. I gotta check out your stream sometime too. I gotta visit. I'll ask the guru next time I'm at the mountain. Sounds like a plan, Ethereal. A guru. I feel like guru stands for something. Like it's an acronym. Goose. Undoubtedly requiring underwear. Somebody get that goose some underwear. I think I want this to be a little navier. Yeah. Nanai Kokone! Bye-bye! Oh, you got the flu, influenza, we're past the treatment stage, so I'm just gonna have to suffer through it. Oh, I believe in you. I believe in you, Ptolemy. You're such a strong soldier. Just make sure you're, you know, resting up, staying hydrated. All that. I don't know, I mean, knock on wood, but I don't know if I've been, like, sick in a while. Maybe once in the past year. Yay! Well, I feel like the timer just ended. Sweet! Oh, do you want blushies for the goose? I love him! Yay! There's something that doesn't look right about it. There we go. We found it. We found the correct color. My doctor actually said that I'm a little too well rested and I need to be a little more active to avoid pneumonia. Oh, interesting. Like in general, or to like recover from what you're dealing with right now? Smaller. Oh, wrong layer. Wrong layer, it's true. There we go, just a little bit. Okay, sweet. Yay! Goose success. Flash commission for Saturday success. We did it, guys. We got through it all. Yay! And it was really fun. recover from whatever I'm dealing with now. Although I probably could be more active in my life in general. Oof, me and you both, bud. You and me both. My psychiatrist prescribed me, vitamin D. Vitamin D, whatchamacallums. You know, whatchamacallums. Pills. Supplements. Because I have a vitamin D deficiency, which is normal in winter apparently, but can contribute to low mood. So, wow. I never tried that before. Who knew seasonal depression was, the solution to seasonal depression was just a vitamin D supplement away. I haven't taken it yet. I have to go pick up the prescription, but yeah. Yippee! I would love to see this goose made into a precious Goose's statue. Here we go, art sharing channel. And that is all of the slots that we had for today. Send. Serial slate. There we go. Some new characters, some familiar characters. It was super fun. Someone call Calico Critters. Screaming Goose Calico Critters? Wait, that'd be great. I'm just gonna draw Calico Critters for the rest of the stream. Is that okay? I was gonna wrap up, but now I want to draw this. I love Calico Critters. Oh, we do have an ad starting in about a minute. I appreciate you guys hanging around through the ads. Let me look up Calico Critters. I really wanna, so I've had this idea, okay? Guys, look at the Flora Rabbit family. This one's my favorite. I've had this idea. What if we make a new class of stream avatars that can be used on my stream? And they're all different little customizable Calico Critters. What do you think? Do you guys like that idea? Would you guys buy all the pretty dresses and overalls and accessories and stuff? Look at all these babies. That would be adorable, right? The Latte Cat family is really cute too. Is one gonna have a detective hat? Ooh, that would be great. Detective hat would be great. Like one of those little flat caps kind of thing? Or are you talking about like a fedora? A booty hat? I don't think so, Buzzbot. Well, it's a hat that you wear on your butt, of course. Whoops. Let me just throw my pencil across the room. That's a booty hat. Somebody call TOS! Finger drawing time. Ooh, are you going to draw with your fingers or are you going to draw fingers? This is a booty hat. Welcome to the concept of booty hat. What? Two legs. There we go. Leg comes from booty. Okay. Redrawing fingers. Fingers are hard to draw. But they're also kind of fun to draw. Yeah, just don't mind that I made this one way too long. Yeah, hands are hard to draw. There we go. Hey, welcome back from ads, everybody. I'm drawing normal things, I promise. Something's not right. I can't put my finger on it. Okay, Mike's show it off. Hey, I've done a lot of practice. Oh, howdy, Zellos. Welcome in. Howdy. I want to draw. Which way is right? There we go. I want to draw calico critters. Just little doodles. I guess we have been streaming for almost 4 hours. 4 whole hours. But yeah, I think if we just did a bunch of like, cause we can just use the like shape of the body as the base for the stream avatars, and then have the different heads. We can have the baby-sized ones too. The iconic chocolate rabbit family. I like the outfits on this one. Oh, no, I like these ones a lot. The sheep family. Wah! I like the little headband. What about calico critters made of corn? Calicorn critters. Very edible. 10 out of 10 would eat. Thank you for that idea. What if this? Look at this dress. Look how cute this dress is. This one on the right. Isn't that so cute? I would wear that. I would so wear that. She's got a little necklace too. I wonder. Oh, is the necklace just on the collar of the dress, maybe? Oh yeah, because those same pom-poms are on the bottom of the dress over here. Yeah, there's so many opportunities. A Chi-Chi calico critter. You're right. A cute Chi-Chi sheep. So many things that could be done. Yeah, Flora Rabbit family is my favorite. These stinking tiny little babies. So eeny. You guys know what my favorite calico critter is? They don't even make them anymore. Fairy baby. Fairy babies. Calico critters, fairy babies. They're so expensive. These are so expensive. Like, I imagine this, like, little set here would be like $200 or $300. Ah! But look at them. They have, like, barely distinguishable facial features. They have little wings, and they're some kind of creature. Oh, you've never heard of calico critters before? Really? This is a kind of toy that are still popular today, and they're from the 80s or the 70s, I think. Little colored tufts of hair. They're so stinking cute, but they're just way too expensive. And of course now it's hard to Google them because now you get the like fairy tale blind bag. But I do want this little rock guy though, and the little snail guy. Wait, this is actually a really good set. Forest Fairy Baby Collection Series blind box. This is the one I've usually seen. Which is alright, you know, it's a decent set. It's like fairy tales themed. But the forest fairies are really cute. Imagine getting this one. It's just like stuck in a flower. Yeah, they're originally from Japan. They competed with Cabbage Patch Kids and Garbage Pail Kids. They look like Morphomon. Oh my god, that's why I like Morphomon so much. Cabbage Patch Kids were like bigger sized dolls. They're like a foot or two tall. These are just little figurines, maybe like 2 inches tall. So they're more like dollhouse kind of dolls. Whereas Cabbage Patch Kids were like baby doll kind of dolls. Garbage Pail Kids, I think that was only trading cards, right? Yeah, they're a little fuzzy. They have flocking on them to make them just ever so slightly fuzzy. Some of them are more fuzzy than others. Whoa. Excuse me. I probably should have muted, huh? Calico Critters. Persian Cat Family. No. Wait, are these the fuzzy, extra fuzzy ones? Yeah. Look at them. This guy's little fell vest. Guys, I can't get enough of these creatures. I simply can't. The lace around the shoulders. Yeah, these ones are a little extra fuzzy. I don't know how they did it though. They probably did flocking and then maybe some sort of other material on top to make them a little extra fuzzsome. Cabbage Patch Kids are actually cabbage sized. They didn't make dolls out of Garbage Pail Kids, did they? Ugh. I'm not gonna show these, but yes, they did. Ugh. I don't like the Garbage Pail Kids. Count me out. Count me in to all of this. There's bears, there's bunnies, cats with folded ears, bunnies with up ears, bunnies with down ears, bunnies or cats with up ears. Yeah, me buzzing it down because I love Calico Critters. There's monkeys. There's the hedgehog family over here. Alpacas. Little mice with hearts in their ears, guys. They have hearts in their ears. Garbage Pail was from the gross out era of toys. Yeah, well, consider me grossed out. Chipmunks. Chipmunks over here. See the scooter? Wait. Oh, so little. There actually is. Let me pull up Calico Critters hamburger stand. There's a playset that that has. This is like the best Calico Critters playset. Not only do you get this delightful little cat on a scooter that can pull this hamburger stand and all of these little hamburger accessories, but look. The hamburger disassembles into a stand and the cheese becomes a table. Little tomato slices become, oh wait, that's pieces of ketchup, I guess. It becomes the stools for them to sit at. This set is absolutely adorable. I crave it. But I also would rather have like a normal family first. The hamburger's heavy ears. Hi, Cheetah Man, welcome in. You know what I'm feeling like today, fam? I'm feeling that super dope cheese fairy, winged, emerald-eyed, fresh drip like a crystal drawing cheesecake with diamond frost minerals on top. Wow! You're always so eloquent, Cheetah Man. Welcome in. I think I'm kind of burnt out on drawing today. We did 5 beautiful flash commissions. And now I'm good. I'm good. I'm out of art energy. I tried to draw Calico Critters and didn't feel like it. So now we're just looking at Calico Critters and chit-chatting. How are you doing, Cheetah Man? Where did this creativity go in the world of toy design? This is a newer set, I think. At least it's in, you know, my normal department store where I live. Eloquent? What's that? Dog, I'm dumb. Don't be using such vocabulary on me. Do you understand the irony, Cheetah Man? Descriptive. You always come in very descriptive. But when I say eloquent, it's a compliment. It means it means you know a lot of words and you know how to use them. You're super silly. It's always so fun having you around, Cheetah Man. What do you think of this cute toy set? One of the hamburgers is half eaten. Better throw it away. No, I'll eat it. The removable fries from the fry packages. Wait, there's no helmet. This little guy's driving a scooter without a helmet. I knew it was a compliment, but I was just saying, you sure you're looking in the right mirror? Because I don't know a lot of words. Well, you sure use a lot of words. And I think that's beautiful. Yeah, we're just gonna look at Calico Critters toy sets. Amusement series. Consider me amused. What? We have an ad coming in like 15 minutes. We'll probably try to end kinda soon so that we dodge that ad. Sound good? No helmet? Time to go ragdolling. Send him into the stratosphere. Bring me the Infinity Gauntlet. What are you gonna do? Are you gonna destroy this poor kitty cat for not practicing road safety? We will snap those helmets into life. What was I gonna do? Oh, we're just closing air server. There we go. Drawing is done. We close air server. Not all of them are amazing. Like, some of the newer ones are just like, yep. You are making a dollhouse geared towards girls. That's okay. Oh, wait, this is kind of cute, actually. Skytop Fairy Castle. I won't accept it till you bring back the fairy babies. Gown series. Yeah, this is more what, like, classic, Calico Critters sets are like. Ah, a cozy house. Cozy country home. With a secret attic playroom. You left the baby in the attic? To crawl around by itself? I spent 3 to 4 hours doing taxes. Worst part, I didn't do them right, so I told the person to check behind me. I'm gonna be scolded tomorrow. Wow, I think it would be unfair if you were. Where does the plumbing go? There's a toilet here, but then underneath it just opens It goes right into open room. And in order to get out to the balcony, you have to walk between the toilet and the bathtub. Who designed this house? What if it's Spider-Man? Homie can wall crawl to the second floor. Yeah, maybe. Baby Spider-Man. Vehicles. What kind of vehicles? Oh, look at it. Ugh, I gotta get me some of these. These, the families are kind of expensive though. They're like 30 bucks. Figures, there we go. It's just so cozy cottagecore. A lot of it's really cozy cottagecore. Some of it's a little more... How do I put it? I don't even know how to put it. Like... Some of it's more like girly toys. You know? Like this amusement park castle kind of stuff. But when it's cozy and comfy and cottagecore, I love it. I'm judging too harshly. You gotta judge more softly, like why isn't there a bidet in the house? Huh. Maybe they don't need it? I don't know. They are animals after all. You ever seen a cat wipe its butt? I don't think so. Don't answer that, by the way, if you have. Look how cute the hedgehog family is! Look at the earrings! Big floofy! Cottagecore does not come with cheese. Yeah, it's not cottage cheese. They're so stinking cute. Why don't Sonic characters wear pants? Yeah, I guess so. The toy poodle family. Oh, hydrate. Thank you, Glassturf. Hi, Glassturf. Welcome in. The flash commissions are over. We're just kind of hanging out right now. Cottage cheese, exactly. Exactly, Cygnus. Oh, these ones come with a little train. And they're fuzzy. Look at how big those shorts are. So stinking cute. What's family trip? Wow. Wow, wow, wow. A camper. This would be cute for sure. Woof, all these little tiny pieces. You really expect me to keep track of these tiny little spoons? Tiny little utensils? What is that, a bar of soap? What are we looking at? I know we're looking at some decor doll houses. These are Calico Critters. It's a toy line that's existed since like the 80s, maybe the 70s. Only the girl characters in Eggman wear pants or a pants equivalent. Ah. Yeah, that makes sense. I feel like Eggman needs pants. Hi, Glassturf. Ah, little drawers. Wait. There's 4 drawers here, but 2 spots for drawers here. Where did the other 2 go? It's so cozy. Eggman needs his egg pants. It's Calico Critters. In Japan, they were called Sylvanian families. No, Buzzbot is not a person. She's a chatbot. I mean, not like a chatbot. Chatbot. But a bot for chat. She just kind of like Bootyfies messages. She's made by ASDF Wendy FDSA. Butts? Wendy created BuzzBot after the original Buttspot's demise. Apparently Buttspot is back, but BuzzBot is funnier. Yeah, there's a way to add her to your channel. Oh yeah, no, it was copying Zelos. Yeah, she's silly. Silly robot. Okay, I want to beat this ad timer. So let's go ahead and wrap up for the day. So as not to subject you all to any more advertisements. Sound good? It was so fun hanging out, guys. Let's see who's live right now. Hiya! No, I know you just showed up, right, Glass Turf? I should be live again on Monday. That helps. Let's see. Baya! Let's see. Anybody I know streaming tonight? Ooh. 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 We got some good options. Oh. Ah, you know what? It is Trickster night for the Tricksters of the Trade streamer group. They're playing Ace Attorney, which sounds really fun. Let me close all these tabs. Who's live there? Which people? Are they streaming together at all? Nope, it's just Kaza. Okay, we're gonna raid Kaza then. Kaza Raspel, one of the Tricksters of the Trade. A very, very cool streamer group. There are many of them present on this stream today. It's one of their Trickster nights where a lot of them get together and play a game together. And it seems like this time they're doing Ace Attorney. It was really fun. I don't know which Ace Attorney game they're on. There's a pink person there, just a moment. There. I don't know which one that's from. But, yeah. We're gonna go hang out with them. Okay, sound good? Let's get our raid call going. Raid calls are super duper important when we raid out to somebody. Twitch counts us as viewers for certain analytics purposes only if we send a message in chat. What? So we've got this sparkly one that you can use if you are subscribed. And we've got here this wavy one you can use if you're not subscribed, or you can, you know, customize it however you please. However you please in your little heart. So let's get that raid going. Oh, Martha's coming too. Slash raid. Kaza Raspel. He popped in a little earlier today too. Yeah, that's spelled right. Okay. Yes, the raid has begun. When we get there, remember to 1. Send in the raid call. Okay? Just one chat message. Even if you lurk, even if you leave. Cause it's gonna help our friend Kaza out a lot. Remember to throw them a follow. And be super cool and nice. Okay? Cause he deserves it. Those tricksters deserve it. I'm gonna be, so I'm gonna post in my Discord tomorrow what my stream schedule for next week is gonna be. Expect more Digimon, probably expect more art too. I'll be honest, I'm a little bit burnt out on the Pokemon White Bunnies Only run. So we might come back to that the following week or a little later or something. But yeah, stay tuned in my Discord server for the schedule announcement. And remember to always love yourselves, love each other, and love the world. Bye-bye, friends! Thank you for making this such an excellent /commission for Saturday.